So this first session, on the agenda, it's a policy development workshop. We're going to talk about the policies. We started to talk about them yesterday. I just mentioned that earlier on, one about what we could do about how our universities and higher education institutions are accredited and increasing the role of open access publications and repositories in that evaluation matrix. So some of that will happen later in the day. I would also present to you a new initiative, a grant-making initiative that we're collaborating with IFUL and AJOL, and talk about that too. But we want to set the stage with, yesterday we had lots of librarians conversations around university leadership, conversations around the role of the library and how the university librarians can help us drive this agenda. So this morning, just as a teaser, we will have the director of ICTs present a little bit on some topic that we raised yesterday about identity, access, and management, and its relevance to all of this. You remember when the UNESCO presentation is the whole idea is to be as open as possible, as closed as necessary. So when you make things closed, for whatever reason, whether it is for ethical reasons, for privacy, you have to have a way of doing that effectively. Otherwise, you need how you identify them and how you provide that access. So I will introduce Madam Ahmed Issa Shafei, from the ICT Director of the University of Usman Dafodio. He used to be the University of Sokoto. You see, that shows how long I've been in this business. The Usman Dafodio University, Sokoto, and a very good friend.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like Mr. Omo said, my name is Ahmed Issa Chafi. I'm the Director ICT at Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. I'll be making a small presentation about Identity Federation, how it relates to the contents that we have in our institutions, and what we really need to understand with respect to how identity access management works. Oh, yeah, good, yeah. And this is it for the flash. Okay, yeah. Which direction? Okay. So start the slide, please. Okay. So the presentation is in 8 parts. We'll be looking at why the institutions need national research and education networks. Then we'll look at the ecosystem of a research and education network. And then we'll look at identity federations, IDFs. Then educational identities, and this time around .ng for the Nigerian IDF. Then we look at how we join eduid.ng. Then we look at EduGain as an interfederation body, then born of ID, which links eduid.ng to EduGain. And then we make some recommendation and come up with a roadmap that we should be able to use and see how we go. Okay. So to start it off, we look at what is a national research and education network. A national research and education network is nothing but an internet service provider dedicated to supporting the needs of the research and education community. It is not like any other ordinary service provider, like we say MTN provides access, is a service provider for commercial services, Airtel, and the rest of them. A national educational research and education network provides, dedicated services for research and education community. It provides support or network connectivity among institutions. So you have two or more institutions. It provides you with a support on how you connect them together. You have to understand the institutional connectivity, quality advice on campus network. They also help you with bandwidths, and we look at bandwidths from both the commercial versus research traffic. The commercial traffic is not good enough for a research and education network. There is a dedicated traffic also that you should have, which is dedicated to research and education services which are based on trust. Then there are also advanced computing services like Africa Connect 3, grid services, science gateways, open access repositories, and so on and so forth. So a national research and education network also promotes collaborations among member institutions, and collaboration is very, very important. Institutions have to come together, collaborate, talk to each other, share resources, build capacities, have access to each other's resources, and so on and so forth. So they build communities of practice, which could be research, teaching, or sharing of resources, among other things. So sharing of access to services and contents is also something that research and education networks are built to do. Your contents and services, you have your contents, I have mine. So if we are on a research and education network and we collaborate, then your content is mine and mine is yours. That means I am multiplying my own contents by just collaborating with you on a research and education network. So imagine two institutions, each having their own huge contents, and then because they come together, then each institution can now have access to the content of another institution. So increase the number of institutions, and the contents increase as you increase them. So whatever is available in other institutions, as long as you are a member of the research and education network, are available to every other institution. And you have access to expensive infrastructure. There are several infrastructure that is available globally that are too expensive for our institutions to own. And even if we can, it does not make sense for each institution to have such kind of expensive resources that we cannot use all the time. So instead of doing that, we now have one or two of such expensive devices or expensive services or expensive infrastructure, and we now share them. For example, grid computing, huge research databases, identity management services, network security services, all these are really expensive infrastructure and services that are available globally that we don't need to also own because of their expensive nature. We can now share. They also support capacity building to member institutions. Very, very important and very key to what they do. Leadership, researchers, technical skills, students, all these are there when you're in research and education network. You can come together, build capacities of each other, have same focus area, so much so that the capacity that you are building will be beneficial to every other institution. And it's not only related to lecturers or academic staff, even students are part of the ecosystem of a research and education network because they also have to access all these resources and make use of them. And research and education network also provide consultancy services to partner institutions and even other institutions outside the research and education network for revenue generation. Now, here we look at the ecosystem of a typical research and education network. I want you to look at the right-hand side and look at it from bottom up. This is how research and education networks are formed. At the very bottom, we have the campus networks. And this is the building block. This is the foundation of all research and education network, the campuses. Whatever happens, it happens in the campus. The researchers are there. The lecturers are there. The students are there. And all these have to have access to all the library resources we have and every other resources that we have within our institutions and even outside the institutions. Therefore, the campus network must not exist in the server room or the data center of an institution or in the library alone, but it has to be accessible campus-wide because the researchers are located in their offices. Some of them don't even come and do their researches until 2 a.m. in the night. So if you now centralize all the networks in one place, then you are defeating the purposes for which research and education networks are built. So our campuses must be campus-wide connected, whether you are using wireless or you are using fiber to do the connectivity. But that connectivity is the backbone and the key and the base for research and education network. And access should be from anywhere on the campus. And once we are able now to achieve this, then each of the institutions can now come together. Now, where do they meet? They meet at the National Research and Education Network, which is at the national level. For example, we talk about EcoConnect or NGREN. It's a National Research and Education Network. So institution 1, that has resources. Institution 2 has its own resources. Institution 3 has its own resources, and they won't collaborate. They won't build a community of practice, so they meet at the national level at the National Research and Education Network, which is exemplified by EcoConnect here. So you can now see the NRENs are there. So each country has its own National Research and Education Network. So in Nigeria, we have EcoConnect as one of them. NGREN has been around for quite some time and is connecting tertiary institutions together. So once this connectivity is achieved, then we move a notch higher. National research and education networks in each of a country will now meet that national research and education network of another country at the regional level. For example, in West Africa, we have the WACREN. WACREN provides connectivity to countries that are in West African region, just like Ubuntu Net does for the Southern Africa. So each of these will now connect its own national research and education networks and form a regional network, and ours is a WACREN. At that level, it means our institutions can access resources that are available in each and every institution that is within the West African region that is a member of the Research and Education Network. So imagine what resources are now available to you, even at the regional level, because of that connectivity. Now, if we go a notch higher, then we have been at the international level. And at the international level, we have GIANT of the UK, Internet 2 of the US, SARNet of China, and the rest of them. These are international networks that provide connectivity to regional networks. Regional networks provide connectivity to national networks. National networks provide connectivities to institutions, and institutions conduct the researches. So you are sitting in the comfort of your office, and you are accessing content at the global level, Library of Congress, and any other resource that is accessible and available as a member institution. So this generally is the ecosystem of a typical research and education network. These connectivities are very key to that. So this is, okay. Now, for the institutions to be able to connect to each other, they require what is called identity federation. And what is identity federation? It is a collection of institutions and research organizations that agree to interoperate under a certain set of rules. Institutions that agree to operate based on certain rules. So there are rules. There are always rules that you must agree to before you become a member of the Identity Federation. And what do you do when you are members? You exchange information about your users and resources. So two key services: users, resources. And then it also enables collaborations and transactions among institutions. So when you are in Identity Federation, you will be able now to have access to users and resources of members that are in that. And typical rules that we are talking about include the legal frameworks that guides the legal aspect of how you operate, the policies that will also provide the guidance, the profiles of your staff and students, the standards, security, and trust for you to access services within the Federation. Trust is very key, it's very important. Without trust, there will be no research and education networks, and there will be no identity federation. And they provide services across campuses which require high-level collaboration. And one of the importance of identity federation is the single login credentials. You sign in once, and you access global resources. That is, say, you have a single sign-on, exemplified by EduRoam. For those of us here who have probably had the privilege of going outside, we probably will have used EduRoam. Once you sign in once, then you don't have to sign again. So you just maintain one single username password across all the resources that are available and accessible globally. So this is very, very important. Instead of you to say for every institution that has a database or resources, you have to have a login, username, and password. Imagine how many you will have when the number of institutions grow into hundreds or thousands. But with the concept of single sign-on provided by Identity Federation, you just sign in once, and you will now be able to access all the resources that are available. Now, a typical Identity Federation IDF consists of one users. There are always users, and there are the building blocks. And where are these users located? In our institutions. And who are they? The lecturers, the researchers, other staff, students. These are the users that are available in Identity Federation. So users are the building block of Identity Federation. Then we have identity providers. Every institution that is a member of Identity Federation is an identity provider, because you provide identity about your users. You have users. I trust you and you trust me. If I have users, I authenticate and tell you, look, I trust this user. He's coming from my institution. So give him or her all the access that he needs. So that is identity provider. So every institution in an identity federation is an identity provider. But not every institution is a service provider. A service provider is that institution that provides services or has services to offer. You have a repository sitting in your institution, and you want it to be accessed, then it is a service. Then you are a service provider. You subscribe to some resources, and you want others to access them, then you are a service provider. And this is the more reason why no institution should surrender its own services, whether repositories, to any other organization, nationally or globally. Because they are your own services. You build a repository. You don't have to surrender it nationally. Anybody who needs to have access to that should access it using the Identity Federation service. Now, that is about Identity Federation. Then we look at eduid.ng. And eduid.ng is an example of an identity federating service that brings all identity federations services from typical institutions together. And the .ng, eduid, belongs to the Nigerian community. And it provides access to research traffic, non-commercial internet. I said this before, commercial internet is not good enough for research resources. So eduid.ng can provide seamless access to that, seamless access to repositories, open educational resources, other digital library resources. It also provides high-speed networks and computing power grids, computing, science gateways, and large-scale databases. And knowledge-based resources such as journals and open access publications platforms, archives, and scientific data. It also provides current research information systems, open computational and data manipulation service infrastructure. Now, if you look at all these services, you now realize they are knowledge-based services that are domiciled in our institutions and managed by the libraries. So libraries are at the center of a typical research and education network and identity federation. Without the libraries, without the knowledge information that we are talking about, without the repositories, then there will be no research and education network. And that is why the librarians are central to all this. Yes, eduid.ng is about services. And the single sign-on is coming up again because the resources that you have and the resources that others have are accessed through the single sign-on, and the services can now extend internationally by participating in EduGain. So when you have eduid.ng in Nigeria, Ghana has ghanaid.ng, Sierra Leone has Sierra Leone id.ng, whatever the name is, then each of these id.ng will now connect to the global id.ng through EduGain, because EduGain enables users to access international services with the same ease. So in other words, EduGain is at the international level, connects identity systems from member countries. So eduid.ng is an identity federated service in Nigeria. You have similar ones in other countries, and then they meet at a higher level at EduGain. Now, we can look at some of the benefits of joining eduid.ng. By joining eduid.ng, you automatically become a member of EduGain. So once you are a member of eduid.ng, then everything that is available to EduGain is now available to you. And you can use single sign-on to have seamless and secure access to services in and outside Nigeria. The provision of more services for your users saves time and lower administration costs. It saves a lot of time for you. Single sign-on, have access to all those resources, and the administrative charges are really less. And it is one digital identity for all services that you have. You can have access to more and more services without extra effort. The more institutions or the more nations connect to EduGain, you now have access to their services because you are a member of the EduGain through eduid.ng. So you grow your audience and increase visibility. This is something that we all strive for the visibility that has to do with webometric ranking. We always try to see that we are more visible. So being a member, providing access to your resources means a lot of traffic will now be hitting your sites, which will increase your visibility and may eventually increase your webometric ranking. So joining eduid.ng is good. How do you join? Very, very simple and free. Membership is open to all academic and research institutions. So all academic and research institutions can join eduid.ng. And the membership is free. You don't have to pay a kobo for now. Probably later on, there may be a small fee, but for now, joining is free. And you can join as an IDP, that's identity provider, or SP, service provider, or both, if you have the content to provide. And if you look by the right-hand side, we're talking about participating, and other relevant information is obtainable at www.eduid.ng and at edu.ng and eduid.ng/page/identity providers index. You now have a list of those institutions. 2024, all our tertiary institutions should be there because it's free. You don't have to pay a kobo to be a member. And then the benefits are there when you become a member. But organizations or institutions must agree to policies and set of rules. There are policies and set of rules. They are really not very demanding, but there are certain things that must be ensured, that we maintain for members. And access to resources federated through eduid.ng is governed by Nigerian Federation policy. Metadata registration is also governed by eduid.ng. I believe the metadata for the Nigerian community should be owned by the libraries. The librarians are already here. I'm sure you are working on metadata projects. And there must be a standard metadata that is used to access all these resources. Now, that is eduid.ng. Now, there is EduGain. EduGain is the interfederation service that connects IDF around the world. Managed by European RN GIANT. GIANT is the body that is managing the EduGain. So, all IDFs can join EduGain. In other words, our own individual institutions can join EduGain directly. But the challenge here is the technicalities, the standards, the security requirements, and other requirements that you need to meet before you now join the EduGain are high, so much so that you may need to have another way of getting to EduGain, and we'll look at that. And EduGain comprises of over 70 participating nations, connecting more than 8,000 identity and service providers. It interconnects regional research and education networks and national research and education networks. And it scalably supports access to services globally. And one of such federations is eduid.ng, which we are talking about is a Nigerian IDF. Eduid.ng is managed by EcoConnect. So eduid.ng is now a notch, above the EduGain, is a notch above the eduid.ng. While eduid.ng is for Nigeria, EduGain is international. It connects all the national identity federated services. So, like I said earlier on, institutions individually can connect, can become members of EduGain, but the technical requirements have to be addressed. And for that to happen, another layer of identity and access management known as Bonaf-ID is now introduced at the cloud level. So eduid.ng or institutions, identity federations can now join through the Bonaf-ID and seamlessly have access to EduGain. And Bonaf-ID is also a free service for now. We don't know what will happen in the very near future, but it's freely available to tertiary institutions. And the ultimate goal of Bonaf-ID is to provide access to digital assets to certain identities, institutions, okay, under specific contents. So next, we look at some recommendations, because we said today we'll try to put things into perspectives and see what can we be able to do between now and the next time we probably meet somewhere. So there are some recommendations. If we don't have policies on open access, open science repositories in our institutions, now is the time for us to develop those policies. Have the policies, have them approved, implement them, and start using them, then monitor and evaluate such policies. Then we should invest in infrastructure and services. Network infrastructure, repositories, services, access, subscriptions, and so on and so forth. We should try to invest in this kind of infrastructure and services. We don't have to really we should start small and continue to grow. And that is why a policy is required. The policy will provide you with a guide on how you go about providing all these infrastructural services. We should look at the whole campus, not the data center, like I said, or the library, or a specific faculty, or the VC's office. No, the whole campus should now be looked at. And the policies that we develop should be able to address the needs there. Then we also build the capacity. This is very, very key to whatever we do in this. Leaders, build the capacity of the leaders, let them understand the policies, develop strategic plans that will guide how we do the implementations. Researchers, lecturers, technical staff, students, they all need skills. Digital literacy is very, very important, very key. In most of our institutions, you will find that many of our students are not digitally literate. Digitally literate enough to be able to access this kind of resources. So our policies and strategic plans should be developed in such a way that we address this gap in terms of digital literacy. We should have clusters to build capacities. You are a university, and there are some polytechnics and colleges of education around you, or other universities around you. Nothing will stop you from coming together, forming a cluster, and try to use that, leverage on that to build capacities. I'm happy to hear Mr. Omo is saying that there are some funding opportunities that he will be discussing about. Yesterday we discussed about some funding opportunities through UNESCO. Now, individually, it may be difficult for you to provide a convincing reason why you should be funded. But when you come together and you demonstrate collaborations, then it becomes easier for you to access such funds and build the kind of capacity that you require. So we'll be also doing train the trainers. So we should be able to establish institution-wide open access, open science committees to drive the processes. Committees are very important. And when forming these committees, we should involve all stakeholders. The library is the number one stakeholder, the ICT, researchers, and let us not forget the students. The whole services are meant for them. So let us see how we also involve them in the committees that we establish, because they are important stakeholders. So librarians, directors of ICTs, members of the library and ICT directorate, researchers, lecturers, etc., students should all be part of the communities and the committees that we are setting up. And then we should build contents. Content is king. We really need contents in our institutions. Think about more contents. Repositories, if you don't have any, start thinking about one. It's as easy as digitizing the projects of your students, the thesis, dissertations, that I'm sure any institution that is around for more than 5 or so years must have a huge collection of student projects, whether born digital or physical. If they are physical, nothing will stop you from coming up with a policy that will allow you to start digitizing them and making them accessible. It's open access resources. Teaching and learning resources are there. Learning management systems, we have. All the lecture notes and so on and so forth should also be there. Virtual science laboratories, subscribed resources, other library resources that you can think of. You not try to have them. The librarians have a duty to brainstorm and identify other knowledge-based resources that exist in our institutions and look at how these knowledge-based resources can now be made available and accessible to our own communities, nationally and globally. And to do this, the library and librarians cannot do this in isolation. Every other arm of the institution that has something to offer in trying to achieve this, should we bring, you bring them up. Like ICT, they should have something to offer. Researchers, the lecturers, they should have something to offer. The students would have something to offer. Let's bring them up together and join hands and identify the resources that we need to provide and provide them and allow each stakeholder to manage what he or she is good at managing so that we can collectively now achieve our aims. Then we should join eduid.ng. It makes a lot of sense for us to join. It's free and it's available to all of us. Then we should also pilot Bond of ID institutionally. Institutions, individual institutions can pilot the Bond of ID that will allow you to federate to EduGain. So let us pilot it. I hope Omo will say more about Bond of ID.ng, or the breakout sessions will look at the Bond of ID.ng in greater depths so that we have a better understanding of what it does. And next is, I say, collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Collaboration within the institution is very vital. Beyond the institution also is equally important. Now that we have virtual technology, that you can hold meetings virtually without really coming together, You can now bring all the other tertiary institutions together and start collaborating virtually. You can do training virtually. You can do conferences virtually. Right now, a lot of people are accessing what we are doing here virtually without being here. Probably the number of people watching us is probably more than the number of people that we have here. I don't know. But it means that technology is ripe enough to allow us to collaborate among ourselves and even internationally. That is to say, you collaborate zonal, national, regional, and even global. Now I present a roadmap. A roadmap. And the first one I said, let's see how many institutions will join eduid.ng by 2024. Right now we have 7. There will be a conference, a workaround conference 2024. EcoConnect also will be having a conference 2024. Let us see if we can present a success story in there to say that, well, 200 or more institutions have now joined eduid.ng. That's very ambitious, of course, I know, but at least let us see how many can we get beyond the 7 that we have. And we should try and reconstitute the EduID steering committee. This is a committee that steers the activities of eduid.ng. There is one that exists, but that committee is not very active. I'm hoping today, between the librarians and the directors of ICT, such a steering committee will also be reconstituted that will now take charge of the activities of eduid.ng. EcoConnect manages the eduid.ng. I hope EcoConnect is also here. Owen, yeah, around. So then we pilot born of id.ng nationally, and I hope there will be some support from Wakren and even EcoConnect for us to pilot the born of id.ng. Let us know what are we supposed to do. How will EcoConnect and Wakren support us? Is it capacity building? Or is it some additional resources? Whatever it is, we should be able to pilot it. And let all this culminate to provide updates at the EcoConnect User Conference and Wakren 2024. So if we set a target for ourselves, then we should strive towards achieving that. And the first thing is that steering committee should be responsible for this and any other mandate that will be given to that committee to drive these processes. And if by that 2024 we can be able to show some success stories, then it means we are making progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shafe. So I'm sure you're burning with questions, aren't you? Or if you're not, I'll ask you. So, there's one question there. Where's the mic? Where's the usher? Effa. Nigerians have, left us alone. So thank you, Shafi. That was a very interesting presentation. And I'm looking across the room, and it looks like this is new to most people. Am I correct? If this is new to you, before the man asks this question, can you just put your hand up a little bit? So this is new to only 5 people. Everybody else knows what this is about. Identity federations, identity management on campus. Don't be shy. Put your hands up. We want to know how much we need to discuss it. So most of the room is really not aware. Okay. So thank you very much, Shafi, for raising this. So sometimes when we talk about things like we were doing yesterday, and then we're very assured about, how these things are doing, but based on the limit of our knowledge, we do ourselves a disservice. So we need to talk a whole lot more, which is why that last slide about capacity building was very important. If you don't know these things, then and then you make decisions, what kind of decisions do you make? So yes, Shafi talked about identity federations. I would just sort of try and summarize that so it's clearer to you guys too. So at the end of the day, the whole point, this is an educational, call it a standard. This is how higher education and research institutions across the world, connect to each other, share information, and do that as in a trusted manner. we talked about access, and how on the digital front, there is no way I can tell that you are you just because you say you are you. It's unlike when you walk through the door, I know your face, I know your voice, I have other characteristics by which I use to identify you beyond your name. So if he comes and tells me he is Madame, I will say, since when? I know that you don't look like that. But when it's a digital identity, there is no way of doing that. If you say, if I use your email, I'm sure you have seen email spoofing, where people use your own email to send you email. You've seen that. So email, for instance, is not digital identity because anybody can pose as you. So we need, to be able to give access to resources, we need to have a way in which that identity is non-repudiable. So it means I can guarantee that that person that says, is this digital person, is that person. So it's about asserting identity. Now, if you tell me, for instance, that you are from the university, what university are you from, madam? Bowen. If you tell me you're from Bowen, who can assure me that you're from Bowen?
My ID card. I was using my ID card or Bowen identity. The Bowen.
So you're saying your identity card. Who provides the identity card?
My university.
So the university is the only person or the only entity that can assert your identity, that can say, oh yeah, this person is from Bowen, they work in X or they work in Y or they're a student. So this system that Shafe was describing, the identity provider, the university runs the identity provider. Because the university or the polytechnic or college of education is the only person that can say that this particular digital identity comes from my institution. Who has used login as Google here or login as Facebook? When you go to a site, it allows you to log in at Google, then it takes you to Google, you log in, and it comes back and gives you access. Now that's federated identity. In this case, your university becomes the Google. Your university becomes the provider of that identity. It asserts your identity. When you go to Elsevier, you want to log in, it would give you a list of where you're from. It would ask where you're from. You would say, I'm from Bowen. And it would say, all right, okay, then it would take it, this is all programmatically, it would take it back to Bowen and ask you to log in Bowen. If you can log in Bowen, right, what the infrastructure that Bowen owns and runs, with your Bowen username and password, then it would say, all right, because this person has logged in Bowen, and Bowen says, yes, this login has worked, then this person is from Bowen. That's how that works on a basic level. Of course, it's much more complex than that, but that's the basic idea. The basic idea is that you have a home institution where you come from, and then that home institution is what asserts your identity. Now, on top of that basic identity, you can add more things. This person is allowed to go here and there, but not here. This person is entitled to a laptop scheme. This person is X or Y, and then more attributes. Those are attributes of that identity. So that's the basic identity provider. Then there's a service provider. Again, like Shafi was describing. Who is the service provider? The service provider might be that Moodle that department runs. It might be the IR that the library runs. So the service provider and the identity provider is what creates this circle of trust. So when you go to the service provider, it might just be that service provider is dedicated to the campus. So there's only one identity provider. Or it might be that service provider is open to many other universities. So the same thing will happen. Who are you from? Where are you from? You would say Bowen, Redeemers, or whatever, and it will take you there and bring you back. Okay? Sorry, so let's take the question, and then we can discuss further.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The presenter, this has been a very educative presentation. If we can have all that you have said, we are going to have an ideal situation that will ensure maximization of our resources. However, bearing in mind the proliferation of higher institutions, especially universities, where you find sometimes because of political reasons, universities are located in very remote areas. And all that you have said is dependent on having effective internet connectivity. Bearing in mind the economic situation we are in and the location of some of the institutions, how, to your mind, what steps do we take to minimize that is this issue of a connectivity problem? Thank you.
Is that question for the presenter? Please, give it the mic to the presenter.
Well, thank you very much. You see, the issue of connectivity is very, very central to what we do. But let us look at the connectivity from two perspectives. The local connectivity within the campus, and then connectivity to the outside world. Within the campus, no matter how remote the location is, you can still establish a network that connects your faculties, your departments, the library, through a server room where you have 1 or 2 servers that are accessed. Of course, one of the challenges is power. As long as you can secure power and you can now have this connectivity, and you don't have to have the connectivity of the whole campus instantly. For example, you can start by connecting the server room to the library so that the actual server computer can remain in the server room and the administration of the server, like the digitization, publishing of the contents, is done in the library. The server can equally be in the library, but we are looking at securing power and making sure that the server is available 24/7. If the library is open 24/7, or you can make the server available 24/7, that is okay. You can have the server in the library. But it may be too expensive probably because you may need to have additional staff and so on and so forth. And that is why the IT department is there. You have the server room in the IT department, and then you provide the services from there and you manage them. So that the IT department just manages the server infrastructure and you manage the knowledge infrastructure from anywhere. Now then comes the second part of the connectivity, which is connectivity to the rest of the world, which if you are in a remote location and the connectivity is not there through the service providers, then there is very little you can do. Of course, you can put your services on the cloud. Once your services are on the cloud, then you can now have small modems that you can use just to provide access. Of course, but that also depends on if there is a network there. And once there is no network like MTN or Airtel or Glo as it is now, then it becomes a problem. I know for several years there is this broadband policy where the federal government is saying that they will extend infrastructural services to hardly reach locations, so that there will be fiber running all over the remote locations. But that has been on paper. It has still not been actualized. But if that can now be made available, then that is a good thing. And of course, if we can come up as a community and use our collective position, we can now approach some of the funding agencies, maybe government agencies, or like TED Fund, like NCC, like NIDA, and so on and so forth, to really focus on providing that infrastructure to the remote locations as a way of increasing access to our institutions. But that is a way, but of course, it's a big challenge, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shafe. If I may add to that, the connectivity conundrum is an ongoing one. It is the reason why we had the Africa Connect projects, 1, 2, 3. Yes, we're connecting. It's the reason why we promote NRENs. So Shafe talked about NRENs from the beginning. So your taking your problems as a community and trying to solve them is usually the quickest way forward. But I was also going to, and thank you, Shafi, for raising the idea of working with NCC and everybody as a community. That's also another advantage of community-driven efforts. You can take your problems, especially if you have a way, or at least a proposal on how you could resolve them, and take them to these authorities in clear ways. But I also wanted to talk about some conversations we have had with providers in Nigeria who are also looking at, of course, they're commercial providers. So the objective of a commercial provider is to make money. Now, if you want the connectivity, somebody is going to provide it for you. So you're going to pay somebody for it. You need to start to think about how that money you're going to pay is is optimized, put it to the best possible use. So nothing stops you from saying, all right, I have got a campus of 20,000 students. I'm going to use the example of the Identity Federation or your identity provider. So you are able to enumerate those students in a very clear manner. You're able to say, if I get some connection, because that connection gives you some value, I will be able to exchange some of that value with you, who is the provider. Another advantage of institutions is that you are there for a long time. You can plan. You can say, this is a 5-year plan. We would do A, B, and C in the first year, D, E, and F in the second year, to give the commercial provider an opportunity to invest. Because if they don't see any value, nobody's going to come to you. There are organizations like that. It's a conversation that we don't have. We're very used as campuses to ask for vendors to come and tell us what solutions they can give us. So we need to think about it the other way around. Another example of how community, I like the example of the cloud. I am not a big fan of university server rooms or data centers. Yes, some services must reside on campus because you want them to be as close as possible. But anything that requires energy, we know how Nigeria is with energy. The cost of energy, the cost of keeping those systems up will start to increase exponentially. Storage might be cheap, but the cost of maintaining this infrastructure too will start to become really expensive. And then when I say expensive, not necessarily only in cost. Sometimes because you get to a point it becomes too complicated, you don't even get the service that you have invested in. Now we've got lots of data centers around Nigeria. We've got some backbones too, and there's a certain reliability. There's a high level of reliability of this infrastructure. You can share them. You can look at them at university level. You can look at them at a regional level. We're very big on clusters. With clusters, we've been talking clusters in Nigeria for like about, at least 16 years now, if I remember correctly, Shafi. First time in Kano, a BUK Kano, 2007 or 2007. So it's been a long time coming. So that's another way to look at aggregating your capacity in a nearby data center. So that's a long, any more questions? There's one here. This gentleman is waiting. Okay, just keep it up. Yeah.
Thank you and good morning. Actually, the question I wanted to ask has to do with infrastructural deficiency of institutions in networking, but your explanation, that of Chair has already answered me. However, I want to just observe. I can see a lot of ICT directors present here. I don't know why my director of ICT was not invited for this important, workshop. I was not asked to invite him, and he has not been invited. I think had he been around, it would have been a different ball game for me when I go back. But his inability to be here, I think, is something that of concern to me. Notwithstanding, the presentation was quite simple and so logical for me to understand. And of course, I take it as a challenge. We see how we can connect. But what I don't understand is why is only 7 institutions that now are only in the network, despite the fact that all the levels of the connections are free and free and free. Are there any general challenges that we need to discuss them so that when we are confronted, we don't need to start, thinking other way around?
Shafi, do I let you have a first go at that? Please.
I think talking about your director of ICT not being here, probably he's not as active as other directors of ICT are, because we have two platforms. One established by TED Fund, which we call Beneficiary Institutions TED Fund ICT Directors Platform, where every ICT director from universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education are members. Now, if he's not a member, or he doesn't check the platform as frequently as is required, then he will not be aware, because this has been posted in that platform. And many directors of ICT requested for invitation to attend this forum from there, and they were invited to be here. There's also another platform, which is directors of ICT of tertiary institutions of Nigeria, ComDICT, and incidentally, the chairman and the secretary general are also here. And in that forum, we also make a post. So probably when you go back, sir, you can ask the ICT director whether he's a member of these forums and he's active in them. If he's not, then let him join, because he doesn't need to pay a kobo to be there. And then you ask, why only 7 institutions? I think the problem there is the awareness. There is very, very little awareness about that. You can now see it is now that people, the librarians and some of the ICT directors are even becoming aware of this. And that is why I propose the reconstitution of the steering committee of the eduid.ng, so that one of the first things that should be done is that awareness. Hold conferences, virtual meetings, explain to members, librarians, directors of ICT, other lecturers, what eduid.ng stands for. And then let people, because it's just a matter of filling the form and submitting it, and then it will be reviewed and you become a member. So I think it is no fault of the institutions, but lack of adequate awareness. And that is what I hope we will be able to address from today. Thank you.
So let me add to that. There was one question you also asked, right? Yes, so there's ladies here, there's questions. One question you also asked about what are requirements. So if you remember, and let me stay away from this, this is what you need to focus on. So that line, problem, that on your campuses, those identities that need to be federated, they don't exist in one place. So if you have multiple copies of the same identity in different databases, which one do I trust? Which one is authoritative? Now that's an issue. And then also, because again, don't forget, like Shafi described, this is an international sort of scheme. It means we all have to speak the same language. If you create your database because you have one team who did it the way they thought, and the other person did it in some slightly different way, then exchanging information becomes very difficult. There are standard ways. That's what he was referring to as, the schemes and the metadata. So when we recognize, that's what bona fide is. Bona fide helps your campus to some. So like all the other things that we've been describing in terms of the end services, we're trying to make all shared services so that the cost is minimal. Each institution, if we share the same platform and then we can all be at the same level, then we can turn that 7 to 300 in 1 year, because the infrastructure to do it is there. You, as the university, all you need is the goodwill, right? And again, connecting to the right networks. So, work perspective, we are working with, that's why if you see today, we have the DICTs as a group. They should represent the 300 odd institutions in the country. We have All New as a group of librarians. They represent the librarians. And then our host is this committee of vice chancellors. You and your colleagues are the leadership. So everybody's here now. We shouldn't have a reason not to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, the presenter. I really benefited a lot on the presentation because most of what was presented are new to me. A rider to the remark made by the presenter that why is it only 7 universities? He said lack of awareness, agreed lack of awareness. But what I understand is that lack of policy too. If there is no written policy, I don't think this thing can move so faster the way we want it. And another thing was that none of the sorry, university librarians or director of ICT, even if they're aware, they came together in the individual university, they met, they said, let's join NREN or whatever. If they don't have the permission of the vice chancellors, they cannot be members. But if there is a policy, for example, NUC being the regulator of Nigerian universities, both state, federal, and private, said that we want all Nigerian universities to be part of NRENs so they can collaborate, share resources, share the IR, share whatever they have. One, it will give us more access, open access to a lot of resources. And if NUC give directives, no any university that will say no. And they can even penalize that if you are not a member of NREN or any of this, you will not benefit or will not be given accreditation on certain courses or on all the courses in your university. So what I think the advocacy should be much on government to consider all this, to force universities to be members of all this. But no matter the awareness, the meetings, the collaboration among librarians and directors of ICTs, it will not yield more result than having a policy, written policy or directives from NUC, as most of the universities are under NUC. Thank you very much.
Well, I think you made 2 points. One of them has to do with lack of written policies that will drive the whole processes. I think as far as eduid.ng is concerned, it has written policies on how things should happen. The only written policies that are not available are that of the steering committee, probably, that will drive what should really happen. And that is really still the problem. If the steering committee is not active enough, then it will not be able to develop such policies. And that is why reconstituting the steering committee is very vital. And these are the kind of issues that that committee should take up at the very beginning, so that we have a community-driven processes. And secondly, about the regulatory agencies maybe developing policies and ensuring that such policies are implemented. I think probably the pressure needs to come from us. When we have communities, the communities of the university librarians, the communities of directors of ICT, and any other pressure group, if we come together and show to the regulatory agencies why things should be done the way they should be done, I think we can exert a lot of pressure on them and get them to do it. If we leave NUC on its own, probably they don't even know what we are talking about as they sit there. So it is our own responsibility to really come up with whatever policies and build the pressure and ensure that this happens. Like the Committee of Directors of ICT, it used to be a Committee of Directors of ICT of Nigerian universities. But now it is a Committee of Directors of ICT of all tertiary institutions, which include polytechnics and colleges of education, which means that committee would really have to look at also the NCCE, MBTE also, and look at how these bodies will also come and implement these policies. So I think, although you are right, the regulatory agencies should try and ensure that these kind of services are made available. Because in all the accreditation that we do, if you say membership of NGREN scores a point, then everybody will strive to do that. So these are the kind of things that we really need to come together and develop and ensure that they are implemented. And they even go beyond the regulatory agencies, even the funding agencies. And a funding agency will just wake up overnight and send a VSAT to an institution that already has 5 or 6 VSATs without really involving the institutions about what their needs are. And these are the kind of things that we have, and it makes a lot of the facilities that we have redundant and leaving us with focus areas not really attended to. But this kind of committees will really go a long way to assist us. And I really want to say that the committees of librarians and the committees of ICT directors must come together and work together. It is only this synergy that will really help us to move forward. The knowledge is managed by the librarian. The IT infrastructure in the institutions is managed by the ICT directors. And we need the infrastructure for the contents, for the knowledge to be accessed within the campus and even globally. So only the synergy between these two can really move us forward. And I'm hoping this meeting will be the beginning of that kind of synergy if it doesn't exist before. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shafe. I'm loving the tone of the conversation. I want to remind you all that the backdrop is open science. If you remember the UNESCO presentation, there's open hardware. We talk about content today. There are a number of our universities who have IoT, little machines now accessing your networks, collecting data, putting them in some storage. Now, if you don't know which machine is accessing your network, guess what's going to happen? It means that you have a cybersecurity problem. So identity and security will go together. You cannot, if you start to accumulate this data and you have no way of securing access to them, you have a new problem. And I would like to just sort of make the point. You listened to DOAJ yesterday. You see how organizations, communities drive agenda. In the course of the last 2 days, I've heard this, government has to tell me what to do. Government has to tell me what to do. I think it's time that we turn that around a little bit more, It is you that has to benefit. It is you that pays for it. It's you. Yes, we do need a regulator. We do need environments that are supportive of what we do. That's what policy is supposed to be. But government does not develop policy in isolation. Policy is supposed to be based on the need that has been observed or the aspiration that you want to achieve. So especially when it's about your identity, the identity of your university, how does government mandate that? That is not, so I don't agree with the previous speaker that that's the case. That is not the case elsewhere. There is, of course, there are some scenarios where government runs the NREN. When government runs the NREN, then it is doing that as the operator, not because it's mandating a policy. And like I said, these are international ways in which higher education and research works. So that's you directly, not government. Madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you also, Prof, for your insightful presentation. I want to also thank the organizers, OLNO, and the partner institutions and organizations. Just like, I know that question has been addressed, but I also want to note that my director is not physically here. But my question is it not possible for a workshop of this nature for us to be able to view those who are online in attendance? Perhaps my own director too is attending virtually. That's just what I want to know, because from personal experience, it does appear that there is not enough synergy between ICT directors and librarians. It may also be the case for other institutions. So there's the need for ICT directors and their ESCO to put in more effort to ensure that a workshop of this nature, ICT directors are made to be in attendance, because some of the this presentation in particular. There are certain things we are doing as librarians, but we do them without knowing exactly what the processes and what it entails in the business of carrying out our duties. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It looks like we're clear on that. So, what we will, part of what we agree on, we'll have a webinar, a joint webinar, the ICTs and ONU. That means we don't have to worry about cost. We can agree on when we want to do it very quickly. We can set an agenda. Maybe the EXCOs can distill at least the first agenda. It will be a lot of, this is not going to be one meeting. But I also want to say something. So, Madam, when you got the invitation to this meeting, did you think it was important that your IT director should be here? So when you looked at the agenda and said, this is the kind of thing my IT director should also be at, did you reach out to the IT director and say, have you seen this? Do you want to apply for it? We need to take a bit more responsibility, each of us. It's a community. So I see something I'm an IT director and I see something that's useful for my librarian, I should be able to share that with the librarian, the IT director. One of the reasons why we want to promote this open science commons that we say in the library can host is that we want to create a confluence on campus where there's more interaction between the stakeholders. So researchers want to know how to use the IR for their benefits, right? Yes, they give you hassles about uploading, but half the time is because you are not actually discussing. You say you want the university to, because you want the government to use the big hammer all the time. That doesn't change behaviors. It doesn't change cultures. It is communicating with each other, establishing why this is necessary and beneficial to it, and that's how we move. There was a question, yes.
Thank you very much. Please, can we know the names of the 7 institutions that are keyed into the Edu ID, so we know how to handle this when we get back home? Thank you.
To be honest, as the operator, because that infrastructure is operated by WACREN, I would say those 7 you can count as 0. It is 7 in name. I haven't seen any traffic from any of those 7 in the last 2 years. So forget that. We are going to start afresh. We're going to start afresh in the way we all agree is the best way to move forward. So we will start by, first of all, understanding a bit more of what this is. We will have a clear agenda with milestones. We have some leaders here who are pro this activity. We will identify some pilot institutions. Like Shafe said, we want to be able to say, all right, where are we in January at the CoConnect conference? What have we done? Have we stuck with our plan? And then in WACREN 2024, when you're before an international audience, is a regional workshop, so we usually have guests from over 40 countries. When they're there, you can make us and Nigeria proud. I want to be able to say, as WACREN in my region, there's this country that has taken these technologies that we provide as research networks on a wholesale basis. So that's, if there are no more questions, then we can proceed.
A clarification.
Okay.
I thank you for all the comments and the presentation. I just want to clarify this single sign-on. Will it work like Athens and Athens and Shibboleth? Athens is in Europe. Shibboleth is in America. Will it work that way?
That's exactly what it is. Okay. So Shibboleth is software that's developed, like you said, in the US. It's one of the more commonly used softwares to implement this. There are other implementations, so that's in Java. Then Athens is the UK Federation. They've also, I think they've started to change the infrastructure, so it's called Open Athens now. and I think it's also running Shibboleth. But there are other platforms. You know, there's Bonafide, right? Is based on OpenLDAP and Shibboleth. The Shibboleth identity provider is what's used in this platform as well. So we already know these things, but just don't know how to use them. Oh, yeah,
We
one
don't have
question.
them here.
One remark. I think this is all about cooperation between academics, and a part of open science is the citizen science. So it's a whole group of people very important for bringing in ideas that are not usually there with the academics. So I don't say it's wrong what is being done. I say you have to take care of that group of people. It's a very valuable source for improving science communication, other methods in mastering problems that you have that cannot not be solved very easily by the academics going along the path that they know and not diverting in any way. Because citizen scientists are very inventive. So just think about it and how can you accommodate citizen science in your framework?
Thank you, Tom. So again, that whole idea of citizen science is becoming increasingly important. One question there, one here for the lady. So especially with, you know, as we agriculture, climate issues, some of the sensors I was talking about, those sensors will be operated by people outside your universities. How do you interact with them? How do you identify them? You know, in the same context of the conversation. So issues for us, plenty of learning for the community.
Thank you, sir. I have two questions on two clarifications. And the two questions have been taken care of, and the clarification. But I want to clarify, drop the internet provider, or we still work with it.
So look, first of all, you have a campus network. That's what you say. Now, that's your network. Remember that the internet that you look at is a interconnection of different networks. So when you go to yahoo.com, what you're basically doing is leaving your own network and connecting with yahoo.com. So that internet, the big broad internet, is everybody connected together. So your provider, somebody connects you, your network, to the next step, and somebody else connects to the next step, and that's the way the internet works. Now, when you interconnect your network with hers, and then you have created what you want, a wide area network. So your national research network is like that. You have connected to each other.
Yeah.
Now, that network is really a connection of your networks. You can decide that, okay, that somebody, maybe the operator of that network, is the one that provides internet access for all of you. That's possible. We have some NRENs like that. You could also decide that, you know, I will get connected to this network because we are sharing things, but I will also, because I have cheaper internet access here, I can connect to internet access like this. So you can connect to multiple providers. I'm sure most of you have multiple providers already on campus. One of them can be the NREN, one can be the ISP, one can be a private relationship with another university. It's a network. There's no, so it is again, all the policies and how you operate should be determined by you. But because you almost always absolve yourself of that responsibility, then complain that you don't get what you're getting. If you're not there discussing what you want and how you want it, how do you reach the compromise that you're happy with? Which is what Shafi was trying to point out, which is why you cannot, you shouldn't wait. So that culture change that we know we need, we should start to work at it today.
Okay, thank you. Adewara is my name, Director of ICT OAU. Presenter, thank you very much, sir. Wonderful presentation. It's not a question, it's a comment. And I want to refer to the, I think, librarian that was talking about internet access in remote areas. I want to say that the plan to have that joint webinar between DICTs and librarians is very important, and it's long overdue. Because for many institutions, if you're not careful, there's some competition between ICT and library, and it shouldn't be. That doesn't happen in my university. I'm coming. So we must work together. And I'm happy that that discussion has begun in this meeting. Now, my suggestion in that line, I know libraries have systems librarians, am I correct? Beautiful. But how many libraries have ICT committees where their librarians sit, where their systems librarians sit, and have ICT directors on that committee? So for me, that's one easy way of building synergy between the library and ICT. That's my suggestion. So you have these internal library ICT committees that have systems librarians. Why not ask Director ICT, send representative to that committee so that we can now work together? That's one. Two, for the remote universities, I think the reason why we are having that conversation about the challenges is because up till now, we are still looking at ICT as an add-on to universities, whereas it should actually be a requirement. So until we get there, we will continue to look at, okay, what do we do, and things like that. So I think I want to stop there. That's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Kami. I was, first of all, maybe I should remind you of my presentation yesterday, and I told you how LibSense started, how LibSense was about, libraries playing a focal role in the infrastructure and the services that we had been rolling out at the time. And then Kami's intervention reminded me of a TOR that we had, terms of reference that we had defined in the early days because we had the same issue. And it was really about how technology and the library comes together. There's certain things and what I see some libraries do is waste their time on things that they're not skilled for, right? And then it's double tragedy because they don't build the skills that they need. So you are spending a lot of your time on what you don't need, on what you don't know, don't have the basics for. So it's, you're like pseudo IT people, but you're not real library people because library has moved on from where you are now, and you haven't actually acquired a new skill. So we had come up with these terms of reference that would sort of address these two communities and the kind of things that, as a joint community, each part could focus on. So I will share that later. But I think we have actually extended this topic much more than I thought we would, but it's obviously an interesting one, and I think the outcome, I'm hoping the DICTs and owners will take that in hand. As WACREN, we're ready to support you. I'm sure ECHO Connect too. This is something we've always wanted and sort of advocated for. But I think it's time we took a break and had a tea break, and then we can discuss this a little bit more informally. Thank you.
Sorry, what is this IDF?
Identity Federation.
Meaning?
Identity Federation.
I know, meaning?
That is, each institution we have a means of identifying their users and their members. So we now put them together to have a federation of IDs.
a statement made by Europe, some reflections on the situation in Asia, and the government. I don't think there was any point in referring to Latin America. Latin America has been, for decades, largely driven by open access. But those links, we will share them with you, but you can take a picture if you want. So in the first link, that's from the US government, that makes guidance about how all the research they fund must be freely available without delay. So that gentleman that says the West, unless the West has a new definition, I think that's the West. The second one is from the Council of Europe. Again, they have not just made a call, they have provided infrastructure so that you don't even have an excuse that you don't have infrastructure to publish open access and freely. The third one is an article from Inside Higher Ed, and those that were in the EcoConnect conference in 2020 will remember our guests from the National Informatics Institute in Japan. So there's a comment there from one of them. It's about how Asia will need to follow all of this unless they'll be left behind. Now, so it's up to us. Do we want to be there with the rest of the world, or do we want to stay behind and watch? So I think Professor Al-Hassan and all the others who had papers on the roles of the different entities in open access made that clear. So this is I just wanted to share this so we don't have these misconceptions and then make them and don't tout them in public. Okay. Second slides. My friend, I'm just going to go the other way so it's easier. I'll block it. There's another set of slides I gave you yesterday. No, let me see. No, let me see. No. Where are my today's slides? Not this. So before we start to actually have these breakout groups and discussions, I just wanted to share a new development that is happening. So along the lines of what I showed you about all of this big signposting by huge governments and entities, Europe is Europe is all of Europe. So we know that that's like in quite a few countries. There's also, the funders are also aligned in the same direction. So we are starting to see opportunities where they want to promote this, what they have basically said they want to do in other regions as well. Slide, just move it up. So, sorry, it's a little bit of text, but at least you can read it. So some of you, the librarians especially, we know IFO, Electronic Information for Libraries. Many of you will also know AJOL. AJOL is the African Journals Online. So WACRAN is collaborating with them in a new three-year project. It will start in November. Now the idea is to empower African communities of practice. So the process will be simple. We would establish some kind of council to oversee these grants. We will run 2 grant funding calls for proposals. We will help you design them, where we have motivated institutions, librarians, and whatnot, the ICTs. We would also, AJOL particularly, will be looking at strategies and the cost of, taking journals who currently charge APCs and flipping them and finding new sustainability models for them. We know these things cost some money, not as much as you like to say or claim. So if we are promoting open access in this manner, then we have to find ways to sustain the journals. It might be that, you change the model of operation. I don't know. We would work that out as well with some candidates. The whole idea is that researchers, all the nice things we're describing, researchers have more access to these papers. And then government starts to understand how to streamline funding decisions. So some of that came out from our conversations. Where should TED Fund put the money so that this objective is achieved? It's clearer. So the current models don't work, right? You heard Tom talk about them, and I'm sure he will talk a lot more in this session. Slide. So all the bits in bold are there for emphasis. So we want to help define and execute workflows for funding. That question came up yesterday. If it's all free, who's going to fund it? How are you going to fund it? So we want to work, this project is going to look at a bit of that, and how will that work? So if we give you shared repository platforms that only cost, maybe each university, maybe 200,000 naira a year or something. I'm not saying it is. Please don't quote me. But then, so you get a sense of the dimension. 1 million naira, let's say, right? I think the naira is confusing now. I'm not sure whether it is where it is at the moment, But if it's 1 million naira per university, which university cannot pay 1 million naira for a shared journal platform here? So, you don't even consider it. You think, if that's what it's going to cost, that's simple, that's cheap. So that is kind of, that could be a part of the strategy. It could be, how do we incentivize reviewers so that we have a group of people who are happy to review these journals? How does the editorial board work such that it is of good quality, so on and so forth? So the idea is we don't want to solve the problem, but it's actually there. So we will be dealing with all those issues in this project. Slide. And how we're going to do that? In this case, we would try and find what exists at the moment, how it works, how they're funded, how they are governed. We'll find out which of the journals actually practice open science. Anybody's journal here maybe support persistent identifiers, DOIs, ARCs, those things, do they happen? I'm sure I know some do. My professor in pharmacy school has a journal that he started, the Tropical Journal of Tropical Journal of Pharmaceutical Research, Professor Kamafe, very well-run journal. But then he's a pharmacist, you can trust us. So that's a very good journal. For instance, I know that one will probably be in our list. So we'll do that. Then we'll look at those issues about governance, editorial quality, the kind of issues that DOAJ can actually contribute to, technical service efficiency. That's a simple one that we think the DICTs can basically save you from, and just tick that box because you're using a shared platform that meets all that technical requirement. Then the issue about visibility, again, indexes like the DOAJ would come in there. This sort of question. And then at the end of the day, we'll be looking at how we drive that agenda forward. So you can see that a lot of things are coming together in Nigeria. All it needs is a very active and driven community. The good thing is that there are so many universities that we know that some will work. So whether you're amongst the lots that we work with or not, it will be entirely up to you. So we'll have this usual criteria for partners, and then we would work with those people that show and demonstrate that they're ready to work. Slide. I think that's the last one. So that's a research from IFL. The IFL is actually coordinating the project. We're there because of our role in LipSense, and I have identified a number of countries in the region I'm going to be focusing on. Nigeria, of course, is one of them because of the size and the opportunity, but there are also a number of countries. So you must bear in mind that the fund is limited. So it won't be because the fund is available that we'll wait for you. If you are slow, then other countries will access those funds before you. Thank you. So that was that part. Now, the other idea we had was that we would use the opportunity that we have now, since we've got the EXCO of DICT, the EXCO of ALNU, and some vice chancellors in the room, to sort of see how we could forge a path forward. Now, if you look at the agenda, it actually describes this session as dealing with to coordinating policy drafting and ensuring diverse representation. So this is a planning workshop for a task force. We don't have all the stakeholder groups, but we do have most of them. And we want to give special interest quality of open access journals and books in policy development. So that's one conversation I want to have. I think it's more on the institutional level at this point in time, especially with the participants here. I wonder if it is, if we can take the simple route by creating we already had the DICT and ALNU already talking about collaborating. What stops us from maybe some other representatives, and then tasking this group, by giving them a roadmap of some sort about what are the things we want this group to do, so that they can take it from that point and then report back to us. Because we can discuss here where there's some questions I have I can share in different groups. I wonder if that will be very effective, but I'm open to ideas. Do we have these breakout sessions now? Do we think that we are sufficiently aware of the issues to have meaningful breakout sessions, or should we discuss the things that about how we move forward? Please. So you want a bigger discussion? Okay. What do you want to discuss, madam? How to move forward? So I'm going to just walk around the room. It's easier that way. So I will start with the chair of ALNU, right? So he can kick this ball rolling.
All this?
On everything.
Yes, like our president said, from the first day, I hit the ground running. So I think we should hit the ground running. And I believe that with the university librarians here and directors of ICT here, we chant a way forward. The question is, how? It's not, we know what to do. How do we start? Where do we start? So, like I was discussing with Malan Chafi just now, that there's a need for us to have a committee, a joint committee of university librarians and the directors of ICT, because we have to really synergize to ensure that we work together to realize our dream. And what is our dream? We want, everything we do now is driven by ICT. Handle the infrastructure, handle the content. So we know the demarcation of our responsibilities. But their infrastructure is of no use if our contents are not there and managed. And our contents cannot reach where we want if the infrastructures are not provided. So can we now see why we need each other? It's not a matter of crossing into each other's border, but work together. We have a common interest. And our common interest is to provide service for the Nigerian community. I won't say university community now, but the Nigerian community. So, as a result of that, I think the first thing we are going to do now is we are going to set up a committee. I don't know whether we are going to have it committee of 5, 6, that will work together. And why we need these committees, especially with this issue of federated identity, it's very, very critical. Have to work it out. Sometimes we started some things or more, whereby we felt, well, we need a technical team to work on metadata for our repositories. And I said, no, we can only ask investigators to do this. They are so busy. We want people who will be fully dedicated. Call them anytime, they will draw their pen and answer you. So we need some young middle-class librarians. Most of them are either librarian too, who can do this work. And so that they know that they are working and somebody is supervising them. Dr. Adele, who we know is even the chairman of Cat and Class now. Metadata, you can't draw it, divorce it from classification or Cat and Class. So Dr. Adeleke is chairmaning that. And you see, by that, we will keep moving. Any other thing, and we will bring in our members to serve in one committee or the other. So please, if you are called upon to serve in any committee, I believe you will oblige and respond. It is for the interest of what we do. We want to do it better. So, as it is now, there are other things that we have to do, and we must come up with one, a committee to develop policy document. Like I was saying, if you have an institutional repository in your university and you don't have an institutional repository policy, you are not protected, right? So there are some things that will emanate from here and go further. Go further in the sense that we work under a regulatory body and we will need their backing. And gradually, and that is NUC. And NUC, as where they are now, they may not know what we are doing here is going on. So, and the best we can do is we try to articulate a position, and that position is what we'll take further to NUC. Other things that may come up that we may consider very important to make us realize this drive, I believe as they come up, we'll begin to work on them. And this, I believe, we also highlight some of these things. So I think we'll be able to highlight some of the areas now so that we can now take them one after the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wrote some things. So maybe we should let that young librarian that is leading the metadata team, before you answer your question, tell us what at least the aspiration is. Please, do you want to give the mic to Dr. Adeleke? Or you can use the mic in front of you. Yes. It's not working? Yeah.
Okay, it's working. I want to appreciate the chairman of ONU for the responsibility he has bestowed on us. And I also want to thank Omo for driving the the initiative. For any successful IR, there must be a metadata schema that must be generally accepted. It is the platform for sharing. It will ensure interoperability. It's just like what we do, in our cataloging rooms. Initially, we were using AACR2, and that is the rule that guides cataloging operations. And any library must comply with that. Then we move to resource description and access, RDA, that is based on the framework for the requirement for bibliographic records, FRBR. This is as a result of the new environment where we operate, the digital environment. So we have moved from AACR2 to FRBR. These are agreed principles for all libraries, and they are kind of metadata structures that are globally adopted. Meanwhile, for a national project like this, we need to agree on the one we are going to use. And that is the whole essence of this present initiative. As the chairman mentioned, he has identified some young upcoming librarians who are dedicated, and I've discussed with some of them, and they are ready, to go. Without metadata structure, there cannot be successful sharing, because you have to be on the same page with whoever you are sharing with. For instance, we import catalog records from Library of Congress, from British Library, from all those. It is because we have complied to their own protocol. That is the Z39.50 protocol. If you do not comply with that, you will not be able to share data with them. So that is what we intend to achieve with designing or developing a metadata structure for our IRs, such that any institution that is planning to have its own institutional repository, you will use that nationally accepted metadata scheme, so that what we are doing in my library will be the same what you are doing in your own library, and that will make sharing and interoperability very easy. That is what we hope to achieve. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you very much, Akine. So you can understand why community is essential. That we have to work together. So when we say sharing, we want to share, we want to X, If we don't, first of all, agree on the guidelines and the principles by which we do this, some of them are just, sociological, we agree, but then some are technical. Now, if you don't have that, and that interoperability on a national level has to also be interoperable with international. Otherwise, again, your visibility will be constrained to your national boundaries. And then let's add in, like he's talking cataloging, IRs, and there's data. We know that you don't know very much about data. We're doing lots of work around that now, research data management, but there are also going to be requirements on that level. Your schema, who's familiar with open air here? So open air, you can look it up. It's a European project, but it is also a big schema. Not now, open air is open AIRE. It's there. We can talk about it later. It has its own schema. some of it is necessary because some of that is being adopted internationally. We will be considering the elements of that. Maybe not all of it is important to you, but some parts are needed, and you would add that to your own Nigerian schema. There is DOIs. We're all familiar with DOIs. So, okay, there's a data site schema as well. Now, so how do we as Nigerian IRs, consume that, or how do we generate, how do we assign it? When we assign it, is it interoperable with the other university and other people abroad? So that has to be sat and discussed. It's been a busy time because of the symposiums in Sierra Leone and Nigeria, but from next week, that team will start work in earnest. So that's one thing. You have talked about the steering committee already, so I'm starting to see actions that this, what Prof has called a committee. But when I hear you talk about this committee, I'm thinking, didn't my presentation make any sense at all? Because I talked about LibSense being a fusion of ICT researchers and the library. Why not just thinking this is a LibSense task force that comprises DICT, all new. So by just associating with LibSense, you're already international. I would like to see that. I would like to see a domestication of LibSense in Nigeria that's run by the stakeholders so that we can, then you become a channel for all the LibSense activities in Nigeria. So for me, it would then be easy enough to look at the different areas. So when it is, we're very interested in open access and climate, for instance, then I can connect the researchers, because WASCAL, I don't know if you're familiar with WASCAL. So WASCAL is present in a lot of your universities. So in that case, I can now connect those researchers, those WASCAL researchers who we're working with the librarians, because they need some open access guidance, and then the ICTs to support them. Similarly, we're working with Roof Forum, the agricultural departments. There was a prof here yesterday from an agricultural university. So for instance, we're working with with Roof Forum, and now part of our design is that we want library on campus supporting that department in our big continental data repository project. So that means we build capacity both in the department of the Faculty of Agriculture department or wherever, what it is in that university, alongside the librarian, so that some of that research data management capacity is built at campus level. So that is a project that's already there. So there's no point in just training the agricultural faculty when the work they're doing is about data repositories. So that's going to create, again, that open science commons on campus. You can start to see how we envisage it. So that can be part of the terms of reference. I think I noted what you said. The committee needs to come up with the terms of reference. There are some high-level ideas you already have about what you should do, the metadata schema, the institutional policies, because working together, we can drive those policies. Yes, the policies are mostly about open access, and the librarians have ownership, essentially, on campus. But it is time that the ICTs and the researchers join that, so the librarians need a bit more awareness.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask the chairman of the metadata schema committee a question. I believe this approach is really excellent, because once we have a common metadata within the tertiary institutions, it means that whoever is creating any repository will have to use that metadata, and it will become very, very easy for us to share data and resources. And that is really excellent. But my question to the chairman is, what are you doing towards seeing that the ICT directors and other stakeholders within the university, the tertiary institutions, are also carried along in terms of awareness, to them, because eventually when we come to digitize content, of course it will be the library that will be doing that, but the ICT directors also need to understand what metadata is being used, because there may be instances whereby they may need to really come in and do 1 or 2 things. So even if there isn't, the awareness within the community is now going to be of immense benefit to us, because we are now seeing ourselves as partners in progress, working together towards achieving the overall objective of the tertiary institution. So I hope you are thinking towards that direction. Once the metadata is available now, there is this capacity building to make everybody aware of what the metadata is all about. And then on the issue of the task force, well, we talked about the steering committee of EduID, and the chairman also here mentioned, is proposing the 4 or 5 month committee that will look at all this implementation. And now you brought in Lipsen's task force. But why don't we call that committee a Lipsen's task force committee, and then develop the TOR around that? So that we can now have the Lipsen's task force committee, and then we have the eduid.ng, because we also need to have that eduid.ng and come up with a TOR for it, so that by the time we meet next time, we are now talking about success stories around all these things and see what we have been able to achieve. Thank you.
Yep. Can I?
If you,
I like to
okay, go on. Well, I give the mic to
I like to respond to the first part of the question. Thank you, Malam. It's a new project, and as Omar mentioned, by next week we are going to start the real process. The very first thing our committee is going to do is to look at the existing metadata structures and to consider the most suitable one for our own environment. So we will start with adoption, identification of the acceptable structure, then adopt one, then look at how to modify to suit our own needs. Because many of these metadata structure schemas, they are flexible. You can work on them to suit your purpose, to suit your needs. Then after we have done the modification, then definitely it is the ICT people, we provide the infrastructure layout that we need. For instance, when it comes to installation, configuration, and the customization of the platforms, that's where the ICT people will come in. And definitely, we will need to interact with them, tell us what we need, tell us our objectives, tell them our objectives, tell them what we intend, to achieve. So definitely we cannot do without ICT, but these things are in phases. But I think I understand what you are saying. We must carry you along right from the outset to avoid conflicts of interest and all of that. Thank you, sir.
So just before, I'm going to ask a question. You can think about the answer while she's asking the question. Which institution in this room or are you aware of that has an open science policy that has been ratified? That's just maybe a bit too much. Open access policy that has been ratified by the university.
I really appreciate what is going on. And I want to observe that in as much as we will direct the ICT boys that work with us, we also need to know what to do on our own.
so that we don't rely solely on them, that when they are not there, we don't know what to do. So we need to really build our capacity as university librarians to know what to do. Because in some university libraries, especially in the West, the library controls everything. As you go in as a fresh student, you register in the library, the smart card is given to you, you borrow your books from the library, you access the accommodation from the library with that single smart card that is given to you, and the librarians control it. So we need to build our capacity. Even as much as we work directly with ICT directors and those IT boys, we need to know the terms, the infrastructure. We need to know what to do in case they are not there. So that's my contribution.
Madam, that's what we're moving away from. When what you're doing, you're comparing apples and pears or oranges and mangoes. The fact that the library, we're talking about making the library now the Open Science Commons. The fact that you issue the card doesn't mean that you have anything to do with the infrastructure that generated that card or run that card. So I see librarians. Well, if I ask you in your university, do you have anybody who understands research data management from the perspective of a librarian? You will say, oh no, we have to build capacity in that one. So I can list areas that librarians need to build librarian capacity that you are not addressed. Why would you be interested in what is infrastructure, what is technology that is not, all it does, it drives your process? Aren't you going to be more concerned with being a better librarian? Why do you want to be a poor ICT person? So that is the thing. We want librarians who understand and can drive open science and open access on campus beyond awareness and advocacy. Dr. Akini, right now, we have a group that's work for librarians, looking at metadata on that level. The metadata on the Identity Federation level will be the work of ICTs, because they'll be talking about technologies that will have to train you for another 15 years or so before you can even start to work on that. It's a wrong attitude, madam. You will not ask your doctor, you will not tell your... It is.
This discussion.
Madam, let me... No, I don't think we do. I am not...
But there's a way to go about it. There's a way to go about it, sincerely. Earlier on, you said librarians do not know anything about data, about data management. And I said, who said so? Okay. Now there's a way to talk to people. Even when it is obvious that they do not know what you are talking about, please teach us politely. We are not all on the same platform. I was in Covenant University, and many of the things you're talking about, I'm familiar with. You know Covenant University is at the forefront of all of these things you're talking about. So please, just don't, once you bring it that way, I tune off. And I don't like to tune off. My university paid for me to be here. Let me learn from you, please. Nobody has the monopoly of knowledge. Everybody, the wisest person on earth is still learning. So please, let's learn. We will know all of these things. It won't take us 15 years. We are not dullards.
I apologize if I came across like that. First of all, madam, if you listen to my presentations in the last course of the day, I told you about the role of librarians and why librarians were central to all our activity and the establishment of LibSense. But I also feel that your response is typical of what the problem is. Now, when you say we all have, I was going to raise the skill profiles. I'm very familiar with Covenant. Like I told you, Covenant was in the compendium that we developed. This information I'm talking about, you provided yourself. I told you as well that we ran a survey of librarians across Africa. This is exactly what you said to us when we surveyed you, that these are your challenges, these are your perceptions, and these are what your peers think. It's all published. That data, if you look for Lipsens and look for one, I can be precise what it is called, what the papers are called, which is why I like to have these conversations. Because when you have this, when we have these perceptions or these conceptions about where we are and what we are not, what we do is that we focus on the wrong things. Now, if I were to remind you of the skill profiles I talked about, that you, again, librarians, told us that were important to them, I would just sort of, it's a pity I cannot share my screen directly, but I would run through them. So we had a number of roles: data librarian, data steward, data curator. Now tell me if you recognize any of these roles in your universities. A digital archivist, indigenous information or transformation knowledge consultant, information services architect, metadata librarian, repository managers or administrators, research data manager, scholarly communications librarian. Now these are library roles. These are library roles that we need to be able to drive this open science agenda. These are also library roles that we need to build capacity for our members of the library community to assume. These are library roles that will also take time. I will not mention how long it is, and I meant that it was just a term of reference. I didn't mean, I am not a librarian that describes that. These are roles that we want you to focus on building capacity, just like we want the DICTs. Don't think that the DICTs are doing so much better because they're doing what. There are also things that they need to do that they are not doing, but they want to do that. You heard Mariam Shafi say, look at what's happening with the IDF. That's one level. It's authentication. It's just identity, one area that the DICTs need to work at. So we all need to work at it. There's no, Covenant doesn't have research data management under its belt today. It is working at it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. There are many aspects of librarianship. So when you talk about the ICT aspects, maybe I should let a DICT speak.
Thank you very much. Omar, I think you also lost one key thing that she was saying. And one of the things she said was that at times facts is important, but the way you say it is also very important. So the fact about that level is not in doubt, but she would prefer that in presenting it, we recognize, first of all, maybe how far they've come and the efforts that they're making to move forward. Madam, did I say, please don't, no, let's not, with your permission, let's not flog that. I think he has apologized. He has apologized. And I think that's key. Yes, he has apologized. Yes, he has apologized, ma, please. But with your permission, ma. Can I just now say, make my contribution? Okay. So in the same vein, my contribution goes to the speaker before her. And I know that, ma, you are not speaking on behalf of all Liberians. When you said the ICT boys, it's not good. No, it doesn't mean. The way you conveyed it also is not very good. But I said that you are not speaking for all Liberians. So so it's just an observation. And I've accepted your apology. Even before you. Just an observation. But I think I just needed to bring that up. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Daniel Yakmo from University of Jos. I think I just want to say this, and it's important that the librarians understand this. I just want to give us our experience at UniJos. I think when I started work in 1994 at UniJos, the library did not have anybody that handles the system. So when people were recruited in the computer center, they were posted as staff in the library. And they worked clearly under the directives of the librarian, even though they are staff of ICT. Because you see, there is also a problem of career development, which I must tell you, because you can't take somebody and continue to keep him as a boy in library. He needs to grow career-wise. So it is important, as I'm hearing, that the ICT Directorate and the library sits down to discuss, because we also need to discuss the career development of these staffs. Some people don't want to be librarians. Even if I'm an assistant librarian, I mustn't have to be a librarian. But I can understand the workings of the library and provide support. And I think that is what the library should see the ICT Directorate, as a support infrastructure. Simple. That is what we are. And we always say it. I always say it anywhere I go. I say, look, I'm a plumber. I want to provide you with water. And if there is a pipe burst, call me. Don't try to mend the pipe. It's not your responsibility. Simple. It's not your responsibility. So if the infrastructure is down, my librarian is sitting next. If the network is not working, he calls us. We make sure the network, when I assumed office in 2021, the first thing he told me is that the library building is not well covered by internet. And I told him, sir, we will provide more radios. And we brought in more radios and improved the connectivity in the library and surrounding library. So if you go to the library now in UniJos, you find that students are sitting around the library, not inside the library, accessing the library. Because there's connectivity. So I think that is the working responsibility. And anytime the librarian has issues, of course he has a system unit, but we also provide, we work behind with the system unit without even his knowledge to make sure the library is running. And I think that is the relationship we should have. We are not in competition at all. We are not. And I keep saying, anything that is library responsibility, you come to me and say, go to the library. For example, we have journals that we have created the open journal system, and people have started doing journal. I say, look, after this, I'm done with my own. I have installed the server. It is working fine. You will now need to go to library to get an online ISBN, because it's the responsibility, ISSN, right? Yes. It has the responsibility of the library to provide you, and so on and so forth, and continuously the training for you to be able to publish your journal will be the library's responsibility. I don't have time. I need to move on to the next infrastructure that I need to build and support. So I think that is the kind of thing I want us to see. So there are no boys in the library. There are no boys in the library. There are IT students. And let me say this, ma. They are not going to go away. So the issue that if they are not there, where will they go? Have they stopped working with the institution? They are there. So, and I know that staff of ICT have now moved away from the position of monopoly. There's no issue of monopoly here. You will know. As far as your responsibility concerned, you know. For example, if I install Koha, it's not my business to operate Koha. To populate Koha. I won't be able to populate. I don't have time to populate Koha. Oh. So you will populate Koha. If Koha is not working, it's your business, not my own. Me, I have already provided Koha. That's all.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Paul Ewume from Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma. I think we are deviating from the real substance. I didn't come from Ekpoma to come and discuss the superiority between the ICT and the librarians. No, so I think what we need here is going forward. One, we have identified that there is a key need for a strong collaboration between these two groups in the Nigerian universities. That we have identified. For me, I ask a question. Do we really need this open science? That's the first question we need to ask ourselves. We've had a whole lot of teachings around it. So these are critical stakeholders present. If we ask ourselves, one house please, if we ask ourselves, do we need it? If we agree that we need it, the next question is, how? How? How do we bring about this? And then, if we answer the how, by the time I get back home, I needed to, my DICT is here, head of data is here, also from the same university, and then we need to meet with management. The first question the Vice Chancellor will be asking is, why do you think we need it? Because he's not here. And so the three of us should be able to convince, articulate, justify the reasons why we think Ambrose Ali University Ekpoma needs to go open science. And these are critical issues we need to have in our fingertips because we are living today. And so by tomorrow, these things should be in our fingertips so that we can romance this idea when we get back home. Thank you.
Omo, do I have the floor?
It would have been a good time to move on to the next thing. I hope it's not going to be the same topic.
Good afternoon. My name is Professor Raphael Modi from Queensland University. I was here on Tuesday for the VC's meeting, and I feel we should, and I want you to, as you said, kill this discussion that they are having here, because I think, for me, and I must confess, I am a novice in everything they have said. But I believe that we should, I mean, Professor Al Hassan here was part of the meeting on Tuesday, and we as VCs actually agreed on the way forward, and we have signed up to some policy documents, I believe, which I thought would be shared yesterday, but wasn't. And for me, as I was saying to him, I think Malan Shafi's presentation and everything he said should, for me, be the first point. This other one that Prof suggested in terms of forming the committee should be working behind while we agree, first of all, and I think that's what the last speaker said in terms of formulating the policy and agree way forward. So if we can do that, then I believe everything will fall in place. And I think that's the mistake we're making. At that Tuesday meeting, there was the issue, and I think Prof will remember as well, where it was suggested that we fight over things and go around the circle by trying to protect ourselves from other things rather than looking at, and I think you have stressed it several times, by the way we tend to hang on to things and decide not to.
No, it's what we must also recognize, is that, yes, the university leadership will set the direction, but the reason why we had that session where we had the library as enablers, the role of leadership, and then the presentation from the REN was to sort of give everybody a sense of the importance of each stakeholder. So regardless of what people might feel about the details, we can see, as you say, that each stakeholder has a role to play. And unless they play that role and they own that role and play it well, we would not have as much success. Of course, we will always move forward. We wouldn't have as much success as we should. Now you've just played your role in this conversation, as university leadership. We need some clear direction. Personally, I think it's already been articulated. We're just sort of going around the topic. So we have identified a need for federated management, identity management. We already have, in the West African region, Nigeria is the only country, thanks to the work we have done with the Co-Connect, that has an identity federation that is actually in EduGain already. Now the challenge is that the identities, the universities that should make eduid.ng are not able to feed it. So it is empty. You have an empty shell, essentially, that's already in an international interfederation. So I see a simple problem. I just see universities up your game. Now, we know that there's a challenge there as well. So we have provided Bonafide to help you do that. Now, if you go to the website, you will see that we see that as a collaboration. We know that you will bring some things to it that will strengthen the collaboration. We will bring some things for you to use, maybe it's capacity building, or maybe you'll bring insights that will make the product stronger for everybody's use. So that is on the technical level. On the policy level, there is a challenge, which is what Malam Shafe was addressing. Now, unless, again, that's governance, isn't it? So we need to have a steering committee. I also liked his suggestion, and he said, well, this committee should have diverse representation from all the stakeholder groups. So you would have DICT because they bring in that technical knowledge and understanding of the infrastructure and how it can be used. You add libraries who have knowledge of the systems that this identity will access so that they will bring in that knowledge. You would have researchers who will use these systems and can bring in the experiences of other systems they have used. But once you have a governance framework like that, then you can step back and look at, okay, well, what are the steps we need to take in this timeline to show progress? There's one group. The second one was solving this problem of working together. So that you can even see the exchanges, as much as we want to stop them, have raised a few issues. Career development for ICT that are in the libraries, something that maybe has never been thought about by the librarians. On the other hand, the library wants to have reliable systems. If they want to, if she's saying she wants to know how to fix it if it's broken, maybe because it's broken a lot of times and she's had to wait for it to be fixed. So there's those conversations. Madam, it's a learning thing. I tell you, I've learned so much about the library since Libsyn started in 2016. I trained as a pharmacist. That's the degree I had, University of Benin, 1980-something. So we're all learning. I know half of the stuff I'm talking about, open access and open science, is stuff I've learned in the last 7 years. 2016 is when Libsyn started. The minute we said librarians were very important, we have identified that there are focal points that we should have on campus, I started to learn stuff, new things. So I'm sure the DICT know my background. I've worked in the Nigerian university environment for the last 20 odd years or so. So I do know you very well. Anyway, do we agree, sir? I think also, where's EcoConnect? EcoConnect ran that service. Yes, so what EcoConnect will do will contribute the outcomes of that process into this conversation. Well, yes, okay, fine. So there's a document already. So I think that can feed this Libsyn's task force that we're suggesting. So where the librarians, the DICTs, and the university leadership come up with a direction. So again, I think it's driven by policies. I'm sure that's what Professor Al-Hassan would have advised. Now those policies, a simple one is that we can, as a group, agree that we will have institutional policies that guide our development. I asked a question, which institution here has an open access policy? Now, if we don't have that, then that's what we should be discussing and arguing about. Why don't we have them? Why is it that we have institutional repositories and say we do open access, but we have no guidance, no guiding rules, no policies whatsoever? Those are the important things. And then we need to, so yes, I've also learned another thing. I need to watch how I present these matters. So I'm still learning, madam. See, it's a learning, we're learning. Eh?
I'm just thinking for the question he asked, will this meeting kind of like come up with some kind of communique that will now articulate to help people to be able to have this unified list of items that are key points from this kind of exercise? Aha.
So well, let's add another dimension to this. What is it? If it's the same topic, let's leave that alone. If we also one of the and that speaks to the question. So we said that special interest will be given to the role of quality evaluation of open access journals and books in policy development. So that policy that we're describing, we want to include in it quality evaluation of open access journals and books. The reason why DOAJ is here is because, as you saw in his presentation, we have 900 plus, only 23 are indexed in DOAJ. And that is the index that is sustainable for us, and we're not in it. So DOAJ has some quality criteria. He also described some of that yesterday. So some of that consideration has to be in these policies. So we can, and the good thing about it is that we can have a national policy. We can work together on a national policy that forms the basis of institutional policies. Because if you say we come together to agree on a broad set of principles, then each institution can very quickly contextualize that national policy and then have its own guiding policies that takes in maybe some additional matters on his own campus. Sorry, give me.
Just a little of information. The national policy on STI 2020, I think 2021, already made provision for materials that has to do with copyrights of materials, research, findings, and a whole lot. There's a chapter dedicated for that. In Edo State, we already domesticated that. I was a member of that panel for Edo State. So we have a policy that already addresses this situation at the national level. Yes.
I think what you mean, I have to be very careful now. I think what you mean is that there is a reference to open access in the STI policy. Now, does that really cover the entire remit that you should be considering? So what will happen with this task force? It will be an inventory of what exists at the beginning, and then it will proceed. So I can give you, just as an example, I can sort of give you the work plan of the Sierra Leone, just a simple work plan of a similar task force, if I can find it. My internet is not very good. But they want to start out first with some literary review, the literature review. They will look at all the related policies to the area to see what exists. They will synthesize that to what's available, and then they would come up with a draft policy that actually expands on that and creates what they want before they do a stakeholder consultation. Because you say awareness, so if we have this draft policy, you want to circulate it around all your stakeholders, get some feedback, because you might be surprised that, we think we know everything, then somebody will tell you something that you now realize is really important that you have forgotten to add to it. So that group can work like that. So if we all agree that we will live here with that, then we can assign some responsibilities as a group. We might be even able to at least identify the first members of that group, so that we have some responsible people who will take it on forward. Do we agree that's a useful way to proceed? Or ask the stakeholders to nominate some people?
Good afternoon, distinguished colleague members. What I want to say here is that it's a humble suggestion anyway. If the ONU chairman can form a committee, those that have, all the people that have spoken here, he knows who has said what. From there, if he can pick some people from us here, maybe include those coming from the legal background in terms of copyright, know how to do the selection in terms of geopolitical zones, as to capture the peculiarities of the various institutions and the backgrounds, environment where we are coming from. From there, he can set up a committee so that we can have a national open access policy. That's the way I think we can go about this and achieve success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. But I want just to close on that. I would say that whatever group we start out with, one of the remits will be to include others, so we have as much diversity as possible. You would get, if you include more, because don't forget you have somebody mentioned, Tom mentioned citizen science. I don't know how familiar we are with citizen science, and it's, so maybe I should let Tom say what he meant by citizen science, so it's not, I don't steal his words.
Yeah, thank you, Omo. I think that knowledge is not the property of scientists or researchers or whatever you call them. There is so many people who didn't have any chance for a higher education, who are wiser than many people that are working in universities for 40 years and not making any points, just earning their salary. So there is so many, often young people, who want to make a difference, don't have the education, educate themselves, and need help and support. And they need access. They need access to the information that is there already, to not duplicate things. And there are very many groups of citizen scientists who have organized themselves, also in Nigeria, in many countries, I know in Kenya. And they look at, for example, how many mosquitoes are there carrying malaria in Kenya, so that you can map it. And it's an impossible job for a few scientists, but it's a very possible job if you can mobilize the people that are living in those villages, and they just do their work as instructed. There is some knowledge that you need, but the best thing is that people are very motivated and that they will need help, but then they can provide lots of data. And the other example is, I don't want to steal from Omo, is the climate change. So perhaps you go on, but you know about that. That is what I meant.
So think about, again, so when you're talking about the open access policy, Will that kind of person have an insight into his requirements that you don't have? So those people have needs. That's why we're talking about diversity. It is not a librarian DICT matter. There are other, even your researchers. Do you really know what your researchers want, or do you just assume there's lab work, there's field work, and what if the researcher wants access to high-performance computers and has particular requirements that influence the way that you want that policy to, what you want that policy to cover? So innovation hubs, tech hubs or whatever, however they might be. We know, we saw the example here. So what happens in the village? Can I not ship some small, I don't know if you know what Raspberry Pis are, some little single board computers that use a battery. If I ship that to 500, 600 villages in my state, and I show to the farmer, even in my dialect, all I need for you is put this thing so this little part faces the sun, and don't worry about it because I have a SIM card in it, and that it would periodically send data to some server. Do I need to consider that in my open access policy or my open science policy? That's what Tom's referring to. And that's why I think, yes, diversity in that team is important. All right, so I think we have dealt enough with that. So let's agree on some top level things. One is that we would, led by the DICT, we would reform the steering committee on EduID and come up with a roadmap. So can we formally leave that with the Secretary General of the association to drive that and come back to us? We have to communicate together so then we can actually put in some deadlines. But that's one activity. The second activity will be to take the output from the Vice Chancellor's meeting so we understand what transpired there, and as part of that, use that to guide this LipSense task force and its formulation, which we will drive with through through ONU as a primary stakeholder, but we're looking to include as diverse a membership as possible. Now, the outcome of that is the aspiration there is a national policy to guide our institution. We want to create institutional policies, but we want an overarching frame with a national policy. What that means is that we need to look at what exists. We know that UNESCO has done some work recently with Nigeria. We know that there was some work we were going to be doing with TED Fund before there was a change in leadership, and we haven't done it since then. So I think those two for this session should be enough for us to build that communique on, unless we have any additional, anything else to add? Anybody? Rosalind, did you want to still say something?
Thank you. While the deliberation was going on, I was only going to share my own experience from Afe Babalola University on how we try to run our 21st century open access foundation. I can't say we are there yet, but we try to make use of our subject librarians to set up some of these units so that we don't just wait for the ICT to do everything for us. Because at that point, we are going to lose value and focus. So I try to set up a few units. Like I had, I had scholarly librarians unit, which in the real sense was originally what I think is reference librarian. But there are some new dimensions to it. I have the publishing unit, which is annexing all some of these publications alongside with the ICT. My e-library is well put in place. That is the channel from which I draw some of these things. And that makes me to say, it is taking us back to the initiative agenda that we were talking about yesterday. you just think out of the box to come up with something different, not necessarily what has been happening. I think that is all about the essence of open science. I have a lot of departments. I don't want to waste our time because I saw that some of us have been deliberating, talking about their own model and all that. The repository, the same thing. I have it, but it's like we take strength from the ICT, you know, because before we started having the synergy between ICT and the library, there were a lot of things. They were making us look as if we don't know what we are doing. You just sit down there, we dump anything on you. But we had to be creative. We had to be intentional. And now we are taking the bull by the horn. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll put a close to that chapter. And so we have some notes already, some guidance, two organizations that we see that are important, and those organizations will flesh that, what the next steps will be. It will be in the communique, the document, the output document that we will all share here. So everybody here will have an opportunity to comment the document before we finalize it. So if you have any more comments, please reserve them for that session. So we kind of switched between the two sessions, the morning and the afternoon, because this second session was going to be about brainstorming an open science infrastructure to pilot, to harness this implementation of whatever policies that we agree on. So in the same way, if you're thinking about a steering committee coming up with a direction for eduid.ng, and we know that the issue is campus, apart from pans and noises, is identity management on campus. So identity management on campus is what we're trying to resolve with Bonafide. So we're going to need a couple of some institutions. Now, the librarians have a need for identity management. The ICT directors have a need for identity management. On that, we all agree. So you can go to your ICT director and make a demand for that and say, look, ICT director, if you are not consult with your members of your ICT group, I want this feature for my library, and go and find out how you fix it. That's another easy one. We think that's one infrastructure there, and it's aligned with the organized groups we're looking at. Another one, what's going to happen with the output of the metadata that this committee works with is that we're going to have a reference implementation, because on its own, it will only establish guidelines. We want to show how that will be used as an example. So, and I told you about the work we're already doing about a shared platform. I got an email from one of the developers yesterday. We need 2 volunteer institutions. At this point in time, it is just so that we can demonstrate in a webinar at some point. So we don't need very much from those institutions at this point. We just need some branding collateral, your logo, a list of the kind of faculties and colleges that are in there, and some sample content, if you already have some content in an IR or not. So can I get 2 motivated institutions here who are ready to be our guinea pigs? So for enough to, yes, eventually a full-blown pilot, but for now, to demonstrate infrastructure in a gathering like this, probably online. I have 1 there, I have 2 there. Oh, there's 3, okay. There are 3, so the first that's sent to me, I will email you, the first 2 I get, I'll take. I will email you please send me logo, this and that, and the first 2 emails I get, I will take them. Sorry? No, I will email you, but I know I got 1, 2, and 3, so I'll email you this afternoon. I might use the 3, actually. I'll use the 3. So what will happen? Sorry, sir.
as we start thinking about the edu, can I, if it's permissible, that ALNU should please nominate some members to join as we think in that area, so that we're not thinking in technology abstraction. We'd like to think with the end user also in mind. You know, I'm just saying, as we start thinking in terms of technology, at some point we'd like to also interface with ALNU to start seeing what the peculiar needs of library is. So we will pass that request through you, through LipSend, so that we can get representatives from ALNU to work with us.
Isn't that a steering committee? That is a steering committee.
Okay, fine.
So there will be, ALNU will have representation in the steering committee. They can decide how they do that internally in the community, just like we did for the metadata. So you identify your representation in the eduid.ng steering group. The vice chancellors, as a group, might choose to have some leadership. Maybe, I don't know who, as a vice chancellor, it's probably somebody who has more time, so you find somebody who has more time, who will represent leadership. At least the person has to get a sense. So when the person comes in your VC-only meetings, he's able to interpret, so to speak, whatever we send to you. Similarly, you would want some researchers. You might even want a student. You might even want a student so that you can also get a good sense of the experience from that part. And then we need to also build capacity in the younger people coming in. So it might be a computer science student who might be interested in doing a postgraduate or something around those technologies, because they're not exactly very common, in our environment today. And we need to build capacity to support this infrastructure as we develop them. So, what about books? Does any university here publish open access books? Is any university interested in publishing open access books? So we do have some interest, right? We have to be able to define that interest a little bit better. So if you were in the webinar, we had a webinar before this LipSense meeting that Tom had facilitated. There is a survey that we want to organize. The survey is actually there, but Tom and I have agreed that we would review that, and maybe we would even consult some of you about whether the questions can be improved, whether they are contextual, and then we would like to release that with your help to disseminate that amongst your communities. So it would have, I'm going to do the work next week. I have not really looked, but I think we would like to take perspectives from the different groups. So we want to understand how librarians see it. We want to understand how the leadership sees the idea of books. And then you might also advise us who are the categories of people who we should sort of identify. So when we look at that problem, or look at the issue and how we might benefit from it, we can be a little bit more efficient. Personally, I believe that, what we should aspire to is, again, a shared platform that allows us to create books, and then we start to unpack the issues, the requirements. We know that part of that, is who is going to pay, who is going to be incentivized, who is going to be motivated. Those issues we'll have to address. People, I know right now when you present these handouts or little books, people sell them. So we would like to find a way to make sure that those interests are maintained. So it's the same thing with the kind of grant I showed you. If we want it to be open access, how do we fund it? How do we make sure the authors who feel they should be compensated are compensated? I'm involved in a different project called the Africa Digital Campus. We are running pilots in Benin and Burkina Faso. That's about building courses. But again, the teachers who develop the courses want compensation for it. So what we ended up doing was paying, basically buying the rights of the courses as a one-time thing. So basically, we developed this course, the course is owned by the university, but there is that one time, so basically buying the right to license it as open access from the authors. So that's the model. It might not work here. We might find other models, but that is the sort of thing I think this, once we agree and we form these task forces, then our work is cut out. Otherwise, I think it's time for somebody else to speak.
I'm not quite sure, but I think the NUC is already doing something about books. But whether it's open access, I'm not aware. But I know that they're trying to make the books available to universities or to individuals for the new CMAS. Okay. They've already planned. I mean, the education sector or the education committee at NUC has already prepared completely the books for education. So other programs are trying to develop their own subject
within that,
okay. within that framework. But I don't know how far now. But I know that there is a plan for that.
Are these digital books?
No. There's hard copy. Yes, there is the digital. Yes.
I think it's hybrid because in last meeting, Professor Kebukola was there. He was our guest speaker, and he actually told us these books are online, and we Googled and saw that book from education. It's already online, and I think these are some of the things that we need to immediately key into so I can drive it, because if this is actually captured under this open access of a thing, it will be a booster to what we are doing now. So we can leverage on these NUC books for something. So I can now get these open access books. Yes?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, colleagues and co-participants. My name is Dr. Akide from Funai. Okay. I want to say that what Prof is saying about NUC having a platform for providing books, maybe making it open access, is different from what blended learning requires. Recently, we are talking about blended learning. So because of blended learning, lecturers are supposed to upload their courseware, their course materials. So that is what I think our brother here is talking about. Librarian is supposed to ensure that those coursewares are made available to the end users through the help of the ICT or whoever is in the ICT. So it's not just what NUC will provide, it's equally has to do with what are lecturers providing because of blended learning platform that we are into now. That is just what I think I want to contribute. Thank you.
Can I add to that as well? Again, the NUC has a platform for what she had just said in terms of blended learning and the like, and what lecturers can provide. There's a platform for that on the NUC. And I think what you can do, and again, as part of the suggestion for this open access, is probably approach NUC to get the rights for it to be on the platform. You have the books. I know the books are not ready for, not all the programs have the books, apart from education, that is complete. Other programs are planning, and then the lecturers' materials are also being piloted by the NUC for the individual universities to put it online. And if that can be harnessed by NUC or through you, then I think
before Dan speaks, yes, my sister, you're correct. What I meant as well, so the whole publishing space is what we are talking about now. So as much as researchers will publish in journals, preprints, they will deposit in repositories, do a lot of other kinds of publishing. So even in the smallest unit, handouts, it's if we're going to support this digital infrastructure, we want to make it as cost efficient as possible. We want to make it robust and reliable, and we want to be able to attribute ownership. So when you develop something, because it adds to your profile, we want you to be able to access that, put it somewhere, because we have to look for the incentives and and what are the incentives for a scholar. The scholar wants his work to be visible to all the parties. When you are a young scholar, you have even less opportunity. So the more opportunities you provide for those your early career researchers, the better.
Yeah, thank you. Talking about NUC, I think we have to be careful about some things here. What NUC is providing with the books for CCMIs are just guides, not actual textbook that I must use in teaching, but providing a guide. So if you are talking of providing books in the institutions and you are talking of open access book, researchers and lecturers publish books. So these are the things we're supposed to be targeting. So am I ready to write a book? Am I ready to also provide it for open access? Because rightly said, as he said, what NUC has developed so far with the education one already is in the Creative Commons, which is open access. Already the books are going to be in that direction. So, but what is very important, what are the institutions doing in contributing to this whole gamut of things we're talking? Because NUC is an regulator, it cannot be writing books for people. The institutions, the researchers, the lecturers are the ones developing books. So I think with the libraries providing guide on all this issue, because the library needs to get a full grasp of this and be able to advise and convince the lecturers within the institution the very essence of this open access and the benefits that comes with it. For example, it's much easier with I can assure you that it's much easier with the journals because it's articles. But when it comes to books, there are a lot of money attached to it. So that's where the emphasis and the difficulties will be. But for journal articles, after all, people pay to get their article published. So that is already taking care of the expenses of the journal. So he doesn't even care what happens to the article when he publishes it in a journal. What he's interested is, at least he has a published article which he can use for his promotion. But then, some of these articles are actually sold. Whether they are being paid, they get royalty or not, is another issue. But for books, most people, the motivation of writing books, of course, yes, there is requirement for book chapters or books for promotion, but key, the motivation is what he will get out of selling the books. So how do we get that into open access and maybe help out in the issue of the motivation itself and every other thing that comes with it?
So it does look like that policy group has some issues to consider and discuss. In about what policy, what do we add to the policy to drive adoption of, these books as part of this scholarly. Oh no, we have written it down. Well, let me give it to Tom.
I just have to say that the Directory of Open Access Books doesn't index scholarly textbooks, educational books. So their policy is to publish books that are published by researchers in all disciplines, and most of the time in social sciences, etc. That's a researcher who spends 5 years to just write a book. And then you have to explain to him why it's interesting to publish open access in his book, all his 5 years of work. But the textbooks that we were talking about and educational resources are not part of the Directive Open Access books yet. I have addressed that issue. We said some textbooks are there for 10 years. So why shouldn't they be in this library of open books? But it's not their policy yet. That's what they tell me. And I'm just working for them since July, so I cannot do much on policy change at the moment.
So it seems to boil down to what Mr. Yakmut said, that the focus here will be directly on the community, as a community. And then publishing, some books will be in the Directive of Open Access books, but I also think that beyond even that, there is a publishing need in the community that is totally unsatisfied. I know that some of you have university presses that don't really publish anymore, or that used to publish. Now, what that output, where has it gone? You know, so how do you manage that? So we would like, again, in this regard, to work with some universities who are interested in books and want to sort of experiment with publishing books. Now, as part of some other activity I'm involved in, there's also a group that manages would-be authors. They claim they have produced books in 5 days in the past. So what they do, and I know that that claim has been actually evidenced by the books. I can send you links. They bring in subject area experts who agree on what is they want to write, and then there's facilitation of the process. But I can assure you that these are very productive. These are not, let me come back tomorrow kind of authors. They have a sort of a brainstorming session, section the book out, give themselves different tasks, write the book pretty much like you would write a collaborative article. Come back and they have a book. And I'm also very interesting for me. When I went to school in Nigeria, handouts were a big thing. I don't know how much they're still a big thing. They're gone. So it's PowerPoints now. Okay. So, but I'm sure that there will be the need for books. And if there was a good book, say on one particular topic produced by one particular university, then there will be, that could be shared, you know, amongst other universities. And so we need to look at how that also helps. Sorry, my dear.
Thank you, sir. I want to add that while drafting a workable policy on this open science, one of the greatest factors we must look at is the awareness, that advocacy and awareness we mentioned yesterday. If librarians, VCs, and all other stakeholders should realize the whole essence of open science and the gain of global visibility of the authors, of the content creators, as well as the university ranking, every other thing will be put in proper place. Because when we start talking about royalty, all right, how do I just write and my work will be in the open without having the royalty? What of the university ranking, which is what is a trending issue now? What of your own visibility? People know you, people can cite you. And what of the whole essence of ensuring that your users, the students you are supposed to work with as a lecturer and those that are learners, they can easily access your work? What of the fact that even this OER and online distance learning can easily go ahead now that we are talking about blended learning? When we look at all these advantages, we know that we can, through advocacy and awareness creation, convince all the content creators that open access, open science, live sense, they are all working together and they are the best way to go now. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I think we all agree on that level now. So some of the work of the VCs is pretty straightforward. You're hearing what the communities are saying. So I think once we get all of that, then these task forces will come with a communique. So we'll agree that by next week, we'll send a draft out to at least the members that attended. We will include those that registered and joined online. and maybe leave it open for like a little consultation window. People can comment on that and close it in a week. And then that can be the document that you asked for, that we can share amongst ourselves. To the VCs, we have the CVC as our host, so I think we can dispatch it from there. So on the VCs level, all new can share with the librarians, the DICTs, and then that way on campus, we have circulated this amongst all the key stakeholders, and there's at least the awareness and part of the advocacy, and then we can start to work. So I'm really looking forward to the coming weeks. We shall all learn together, so and then we shouldn't be afraid of learning. It's the only way we can grow. I know that things have changed since the days we used to build campus networks, but I also remember the time I spent in the University of Jos and how it kind of started out like this, So I'm looking forward to the same kind of outcomes. Thank you very much. So if I can, I think that's lunch that's being prepared. If anybody wants to eat lunch. Sorry.